Not all of the nobles made it out alive. Kupka and his men had their fun with more than a few.
None of the Empress's favorites, though. They all got away safe and sound.
Let's go. Run like the wind. I can walk from here. Come on. Thanks, girl.
Thought you'd take us unawares, did you?
time for a toggle.
don't just stand there gawping. Go on, then. You're rubbing me blind, you know. Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Back, are ya? What's that for you, dear? That it? Fine.
It's all right. Sid has nothing to...
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Not all of the nobles made it out alive. Cook.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Your benefactors are a generous lot.
Clive! Here you go. Think you can help?
Otto, is now a good time?
It's not a bad one. How's Jill doing?
She's been better. Ty is making sure she gets the rest she needs.
Good.
Any word on Kupka's movements?
Vivian's doing what she can to try and track him, but she's feeding on scraps. We've sent ours out to the curse breakers and their other friends in the west, asking them to keep their eyes peeled for anything unusual. No leads yet, but it's only a matter of time.
Right.
There he is. All right, Clive. Still busy saving the world.
Mid. When did you get back?
Just now.
What about your studies?
Adjourned. Since Hugo Kupka invaded Rosaria. All the canvas in uproar about it. He's gone mad. He's turned rogue. It'll be us next. You try concentrating with all of that.
All right, you win.
How long will you be staying this time?
Dunno. A while, most likely. Any road, while I'm here, I was hoping you could do us a favour.
Mid. You can't just expect me to...
Please, oblige her. While we are busy tracking down Kupka, you should have a little time to spare.
Professor! Now there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Shouldn't you have it buried in a dusty old tome?
I did, till a familiar trill pricked my ears. As ever, your exuberance is a breath of fresh air, which successfully scattered the painstakingly assembled fragments of my thoughts.
I'll take that as a compliment. Well, Clive, you heard the professor. So, I'll meet you in the storeroom.
you done?
Wait, hold on! Breath of fresh air? Bloody tempest, more like.
Oi, Otto, you got my gill?
Huh? What are you on about?
My fee for bringing Mid across. She said you were paying.
That little...
The storeroom, was it? I wonder what Mid's plotting.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest?
You took your time.
I'm a busy man.
I'll get to the point then. I want to turn the room down there into a workshop, like...
Mid, you've only just...
And I've been thinking of... Dad said I had a knack for engineering. Told me everything he knew about it. Then sent me off to camp. That was his dream for me. That one day I'd put my studies to use. But I'm helping no one stuck at school. I've studied enough. It's time I put my knack to work. I know that I can help the people here. And I want to do it.
Well, well, well. All right. I'll tell Otto you'll be staying.
I knew you'd say it. Which is why I wrote up a list of jobs for you.
For me?
Who else?
What do you want me to do?
First things first, I need equipment and materials to start making my own. There's the designs for the stuff I need, and the stuff it needs smithing from. The other materials I can work myself. Just need a generous benefactor to lay them on. Apart from the wood, I'll need a carpenter for that, but I can just borrow yours.
Is that everything?
For now. I'll let you know if I need out else.
Where's it start? Materials and tools. That means Carrot and Blackthorn.
Sid's gonna chop off Kupka's head this time.
You were born in Rosalith, weren't you? Must be hard. Hearing what became of the place. How's it coming along?
Nearly there. Just need to get these last boards now.
Is it busy?
What does it like?
I can make a mission for you. She requires... You think you can make them?
Bloody hell. I'm planning to build with this stuff. An airship. I'll see what I can do. Till I'll bring them over when I'm done.
My thanks. And Mid's, Ned.
Clive. For St. Fornian, do you? Not bad, if I do say so myself. And?
It's all right.
Was wondering where Mid's back from Canva.
Just now, she's planning to set up a workshop in the stores. And here's the list. Think you can find everything on there?
This lot,
Excellent.
it's paid. 100 times over by what? If it weren't for her filters, we'd have naught to drink but blight water. And that would have drained the life out of us.
Indeed it would.
I'll send the stuff on to Mid when it...
Thank you. That just leaves the carpenter. Let's see if Bardolph's available.
And what can I do for you? Quite the opposite. Like father, like daughter. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. Is that all?
How do, Master?
Bardolph. Maid's looking to build a workshop in the storeroom. So naturally I thought...
Well, I'd love to help the young miss however I can, but I'm afraid I got my hands full just keeping this place afloat. There's old. I'd gladly spare Mid all the time I have, but a sad... It don't have to be me, though, does it? What about that, you know, the one over at Martha's Rest?
That's right. And I'll ask Martha if she can spare him.
Ah, Clive. What?
Our home finds itself in need of an extra carpenter.
I don't mind if he don't. We're all friends here, aren't we?
Thank you, Martha. Do you know where I might find...
He went up to Cressida on business. No idea what, mind. As far as I know, he's...
I'll look from there, then. Not here. No use calling Ambrosia now.
If it ain't the lad who saved my life. What brings you to a place like this?
You do, Bernard. Martha said I might find you here. I have a proposition for you.
Oh, do you now? Building a workshop, you say? Well, that beats tacking boards to bridges, sure enough. And if Martha didn't mind me being gone a while, then neither do I. You just tell me where you want me.
That's the spirit.
I couldn't ask a favor, though, could I? Before we go?
Of course.
Well, that there is Cressida, where I grew up. Ain't much left of it now, though. Except my parents' graves. But I came up here hoping to visit. I even patched up the bridge to get across. Only to find the place crawling with fiends. But you're a dab hand when it comes to dealing with beasts and bogles, ain't you?
It's the least I can.
Thank...
This shouldn't take long. That should do it.
You made short work of that lot. Thank you, son. Now my folks can rest in...
How long is it since the village was abandoned?
Oh, people started packing their things after the duchy fell. Between the Blight and the Imperials, you just couldn't make ends meet. Must be nigh on a decade since the last wagon left. Though it may as well have been a century, looking at the place. Isn't the Cressida
I'm sorry.
Ah, don't be. Can't live in the past. No matter. As soon as I'm done saying a prayer for those that raised me, it's onto your height. I'll meet you there.
That should take care of Mid's little list. Better head back.
All right, Clive? You've all done...
I am. I've placed your various orders, and a carpenter by the name of Bernard is on it.
That's brilliant!
Is there...
Nope. Blackthorn and Lady Karen have already sent over everything I asked for. So as soon as Bernard gets here, we can get to it.
That's my good deed for the day done. Let's see how Jill's faring.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest, Sid?
Clive.
Talia.
Recovering, but she's...
Of course, take good care of her, won't you?
I'll do my best. Oh, Gav was looking for you. He said he...
The shelves. Oh, that's right. He went to ask Hippocrates about... He must have found something.
I'm feeling a lot better, thanks to Taya's remedies.
You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodriguez.
Taya has tasked me with removing a Cursebreaker's brand. I don't think I'm afraid of what happens if I fail. You survived, I know, but is it really what...
You don't need me to answer that. You know full well, I hope as much as you, that one day bearers can walk among others as equals. But until that day, a brand, and we must lift that burden. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential.
I know. I still wish that griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose.
I know you will.
Unfortunately, the first thing that needs doing is the preparation of a draft. Something I can't do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few leaves we have would barely be enough for removing a splint.
Just tell me what you need.
You'll go. No one knows herblore like Taya, and she swears by ammonia for easing pain. It's simple. Unfortunately for you, I do. Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the...
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Do you have a moment, Sid? A team of...
Which team?
Coles. They were sent to liberate a carriage of bearers before they could be... They were moving in for their assault when the carriage was attacked. The Cursebreaker managed to release the Stolas amid the confusion, but... They should be back by now, but I've heard I can't help but worry that...
They know the work is dangerous.
But what if I've got them all... Before they go out, I always remind them why we're doing this. What they escaped, and what... But I never really thought how my words might affect them.
I'll go.
Thank you, Sid. The plan was to intercept the slaver somewhere in the Dragon's Eyrie.
That should be enough to go on. If they were there, Torgal...
Slavers don't even bother with Northreach now all the Highborn fled south.
Get me back on my feet. Tear those bastards' heads off.
Be safe.
Stay still, you damned fool. Unless you can bleed to death.
Cole, I'm glad you're in one piece.
Just about. Sid, if you don't mind me asking...
Doris sent me to find you. She hasn't heard anything since the attack. She's been worried.
I sent a runner to the Dame in Northreach. The hideaway should have learned of our survival yesterday.
Well, I'm here now. And
only some. The rest locked themselves in the slaver's carriage rather than fleeing when they had the chance. I want to help them, Sid. But we're barely in any state to protect those few we...
You made the right decision.
The goblins may still be out...
You have duties to attend to here.
All right. Just follow the path. And please, hurry. If the beastmen get to those bearers...
I won't let that happen.
Thank you. And Sid...
Don't thank me just yet. They're trying to get into the carriage. friend. Why didn't you flee with the others? If the goblins had made it through...
Why should we run? One miserable death's no worse than a...
Perhaps. But we're here to give you another choice. Freedom, safety, the life you've been
Sid, I couldn't just let you... You weren't too late then.
This man risked his life to save yours. To give you a second chance.
Fine.
What we'll do with you is take you to safety. After that, it's up to you.
You can leave the rest to us, Sid. We'll get everyone back.
Thank you. I'll let Doris know.
Sid, welcome back. If I'd just waited a little longer, or maybe I wouldn't.
Cole and the others got home safely.
No, I was lucky. I've been tracking that slaver for months, and then I said, Cole, what kind of leader sends people into... I should have urged greater caution, told Cole to be wary, to pull back at the first sign of...
We swore the same oath as you.
It's good to see you safe and well, Cole.
With all due respect, we Cursebreakers don't risk our lives because you commanded of us. We risk no one with doubts ever joins our ranks. The agony of removing the brand more than sees to that.
We all know how much bravery that takes.
Cole, I never doubted your courage. Only my ability to see it put to good use. Thank you for your faith in me. I sometimes wonder if I might prefer to risk death alongside the others than ask it if I'm a Cursebreaker. I swore an oath too. I have...
You will.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Is everything we've received and everything promised? Here you are. All done?
Was easy enough to find. Now for those herbs.
Silent stone!
the only plant around here with blue flowers. I hope it's the right one. Should be enough to keep the infirmary stocked for a while. Hope.
I hope you didn't have too much.
Only the usual.
Oh, yes. This is it. And
you'll do fine. Taya trusts you. Which means I trust you.
Thank you for the kind. I'm sorry. The brand is more than just ink on flesh. It's a death sentence. One ill-conceived incision, a single slip, and the poison fouls the patient's blood. And even success means tremendous pain. I became a physiker to help people.
Cursebreakers lead hard lives. They toil in the shadows, risking life and limb. Knowing, and yet we have no shortage. The day I decided that I would take Sid's name was the same day Taya took my...
I remember. It wasn't long after we came here. What little medicine Taya managed to salvage from the wreckage of the old place. She begged that your operation be delayed until a new supply of antalgics was found. Procedure was even more dangerous back then. Only a few souls had undertaken it, and those who were no longer with us. Those who lost their lives in the process. It wasn't something to be done lightly.
No. But it was something I had to do. He always led from the front, and never asked anyone to take a risk for his cause that he was unwilling to take, even if he knew that it might cost him his...
Hold still, Clive! Oh.
I knew there'd be pain. That I might not survive. And I was afraid that I would never be able to call myself Sid.
I didn't know.
We all want our brands removed. But it's a decision, Rodrigue. I know your work isn't easy. But neither is going under the knife. Be a shoulder for your...
You sound like it's natural for a patient to feel like they're suffering in solitude. Thank you for helping me remember that.
How are you doing? Anything catch your eye? Seen enough?
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again. Jill looked white as a sheet when they brought her.
Clive, where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you something about Torgal. Where did you get him?
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the Northern Territories. They were crossing a snowfield when they heard his cries, and, seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Torms?
It certainly adds weight to Clive. I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far northern reaches of Valisthea. In one of our oldest bestiaries, I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir the Frostwolf.
Now, the annals do not state it explicitly, but I have reason to believe this queen was a dominant of Shiva, a girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other?
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
You're right. If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come, Jill would have been for it.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own, his latent birthright as a Frostwolf. It had only to be unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal!
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health. Why, the beast has the appetite of a behemoth. Just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bernard's here. I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shall be a moment.
Brilliant.
It is.
Well, I couldn't have done it without you. I promise I'll pay you back. I'm gonna work my fingers to the bone for you lot. Just you wait. I'll make...
Then I look forward to seeing them. Now that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
Thanks for letting me do this, Clive. I'll pay you back, I promise.
I think I'll wait till Mid's away to take a tour of her dungeon.
How goes the hunt for Kupka?
Largely in circles. We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places. If only we knew for certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, keep at it. If anyone can piece this puzzle together, it's you. And I'm willing to wait as long as it takes.
What? Here?
Would that be a problem?
Do you know, Clive? I believe it a mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne. Your poor people would surely live in fear.
You have nothing to worry about on that front.
Clive, have you got a minute? We, have a guest.
A guest?
For your trouble. It was a pleasure, in hindsight. Uncle Byron? Clive, my boy! Tap a cask and stoke the ovens, for your favorite uncle is here!
Dalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. The Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed. We shall just have to have the Dalmecs empty their treasuries for us.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
The Empire owes you a great debt.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you, Your Highness.
May the blessing of the crystals go with you.
Very good.
Now, let us come to the question of precisely when the Dalmecs will withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments. The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can, and once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
Your Radiance, were Prince Dion to take the field, the enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would of course prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmecs to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut and Titan, it is not to be.
And what of your subjects, Your Radiance? If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
There will be losses, it is true. Yet for every citizen who falls, another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on. Dion?
Yes, sire.
Prepare for battle.
But sire...
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
If that is your wish, Your Radiance, I shall depart at once. May Gregor forgive you.
What do the astrologers augur?
The stars are in agreement, Your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
that Bella's tales were true. You disappoint me, Dion.
What on earth is Uncle Byron doing here? Only one way to find out.
The Littlands have been up to their old. It's just one thing after another around here.
Fuck me. Never thought I'd see the day, Lord.
Ah, my dear nephew, how I've missed you. Through the good offices of young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow. As are you, I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your... Which is why I came, to learn the full truth of the matter.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was, aye.
Then I have questions for you.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
2,000?
And I'm afraid that is all I know.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dhalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final piece... Come here and I'll show you. It is known that Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast. So can the same be said of your visitors from Waloed? Certainly her Royal Navy is famed for the efficiency with which it bears her knights from one battlefield to the next. And in the Einherjar, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's legendary cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then, had you a vested interest in Titan's survival, whither would you take him? Why, home to Drake's Fang, a place rich enough in ether to conjure the magics needed to mend his hurts. But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit Kupka away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it. So what then was the plan of our Waluda friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast, but for the desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could lurch into port. To wit, it was the Royalists, not the Republicans, who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat. I would stake your life on it.
So it was the Waluders who spirited the wretch away. Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning, as if they believed, or were made to believe, that their master was dead.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all roads lead to Drake's Fang.
Allow me to accompany you part of the way. As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Canberward on business after visiting you here. The Fang would be but a short detour.
I'd be glad of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned. and where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy.
Here for another of my lectures. We met under curious circumstances. Naturally. Still. Lord Byron Rothfield. I heard tell. Why? How may I help you today? One must understand one's place in the world. Very good.
Otto, Kupka's at Drake's Fang.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. I won't risk any more than I have to.
The Lancer and the Fang are all Kupka's personal. If you have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalamil, Suncaller.
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's, and only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalamil Inn. We've heard nothing from her since he died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid.
Thanks.
So, what about your uncle?
Don't look so worried.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving.
You can count on her.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come!
I was a young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
Destination lies over that dune, beyond the ruins. Mark 'em well, Clive. It's all too easy to lose one's bearings in the sands. Years ago, when you were just a boy, you and I rode this way, accompanying your father on a scouting operation to Drake's Fang.
He let me come with you.
I'm not surprised you don't remember. It was just before Joshua was born. You were so eager to be alive that you whipped your chocolate too hard on the journey home and fell from the saddle. I shall never forget how Elwyn fussed over you as you sat in the sand, falling like a babe.
Who do you think those soldiers were?
So, the old cook has finally made his move.
Ah, there she is. The good old Dalamil Inn. Do you know, this heat has given me quite a thirst. Quick drink before we press on?
Look, there. Those are Ashen steeds. No doubt about it.
And such a long ride from Stonehair. Our Waluda friends must be soothing their saddle sores in the inn. Shall we join them? Run along and play now, Torgal. Dogs aren't allowed inside.
Good day to you. Eating?
Sorry about my pal. He only talks when his mouth's full. What do you recommend?
Well, if you're after something light, we do a fine chocobo soup with lentils and honey.
2 bowls of that, then. An ale.
Right you are.
Hey, girl!
Coming!
Your pal?
Would you rather be my squire?
Your Grace, it is plain you are not yet well enough to travel. If you would only let me take you to someone who can better attend to your ills.
No, we must press on. Prince Dion has returned to his camp and will soon depart for the front. I must speak with him at all costs. Miss this chance and I may never get another. You do understand that?
Yes, Your Grace. But you must at least agree to take your medicine. I'll fetch you some water.
Keep watch, they tell us. But all I see is sand.
I hear they got our guest back to the Fang without any trouble. We'll be leaving soon enough.
Why the Lord Commander dragged us all this way just to save that blockhead skin, I'll never know. Dominant or not, he's a bloody idiot.
That'll be Cooker, then.
Well, let's get this down us. We've a long way to go.
Hey, you!
Uncle?
Sorry.
Can you walk, Your Grace?
What's wrong?
I fear trouble may be brewing downstairs.
You two are travelers, are you not? Me and my companions are strangers here. Perhaps you'd be good enough to accompany us a while. Help us find our way.
Sorry, lads, but we've got business in camera that can't wait.
Ah, I'm sure you could spare us an hour or two. Friend.
I'm afraid we don't have a moment to lose. Stay back, Uncle.
Gladly.
It's the outlaw. Take him.
Try it.
For your trouble. Word of advice, miss. That soup could... with a touch more salt.
Now's our chance. Your Grace?
I'm fine.
Clive? What is it now?
It's nothing. Let's go.
Well, we didn't know where to find Kupka before. We do now.
The Royalists said it themselves. Their guest is in the Fang. We should press on.
Ah, they've closed the road. And it's the only way from here to the Fang. It would seem Lord Kupka is not accepting visitors at present.
We have to get through that gate.
Not by force, I trust. We've attracted quite enough unwanted attention already.
By guile, then. Perhaps the Desert Hare can offer us her aid.
Rosina Dalamil, woman of mystery. But how will we find her? We know naught of her but her name.
And that she was working with Sid. Sid's other collaborators have all been people of means. The wealthiest and most successful. I'll wager this Rosina Dalamil.
That would certainly help to narrow the search. We need...
And that's exactly what I mean to do.
Looks like we won't be getting back to Drake's Fang anytime soon.
Are you looking for something in particular? Here you are. My thanks.
Light it, for Gilbert's sake. You're a bearer, aren't you?
Anything I can help you with, travelers? Allow me. My good man, we represent one of the oldest and greatest trading houses of Port Isolde. We're seeking to expand our business in the region and would very much... like to make the acquaintance of Dalamil's leading entrepreneurs. If only we knew where to find them.
Well, we're best known for our baths, our markets and our smithies. I suppose you could do worse than start your search at one of those.
Thank you. You've been most helpful. Oh, you wouldn't happen to know a lady by the name of Rosina Dalamil, would you?
No, I can't say I do.
Well, thank you all the same.
What do you want?
Can't you see I'm busy?
I won't keep you long. I'm looking for someone. A woman by the name of Rosina Dalamil. Do you know her?
Never heard of her. Is that all?
One more question. If I wanted to find the richest trader in town...
Well, that's easy. The Briar's Kiss. Won't find a finer smithy this side of the strait. The owner's only a young sprig, but he's got all the right ideas.
The Briar's Kiss, you say?
I doubt this young sprig is the person we're looking for. You said Sid's contact was likely to be an influential sort. Influence comes with age and experience. Believe you me.
Drake's Fang in toes.
Well, it's not like we've got a reason.
Mummy, I want to play with the crystal.
Emergency is
How many times do I have to tell you? It's not a toy.
Sweet incense! What wax candle? Just look at the detail!
Look, Father. Hot water.
How about a hot bath?
It wasn't heated by magic.
Plates and pots, bowls and basins.
This town is truly blessed. The bustling markets, the healing waters, and all under the watchful eye of Lord Kupka, who stands ready to crush any threat that might face us.
Can I help you?
Yes, I'm looking for a long-standing pillar of your community, I believe.
Then you should ask further. He's been here for years. Knows the place and its people like the back of his hand. And he's in... Try the baths. That's where you'll...
Thank you. Well, it sounds like we have our man.
Perhaps. Let's go and find out exactly what this Furder knows.
Hanging lanterns, keep the darkness from your door.
Excuse me. Are you Furder?
I am. Can I...
I hope so. You know Rosina Dalamil. We believe she may be a trader of some renown.
And what business do you have with the desert hare?
She was a close friend of mine. I was hoping she...
Very well. Go to the bordello. I'll arrange an introduction.
Silver platters!
Do you think we can trust him?
Only as far as I think he trusts us.
$1,000 for a measly bunch of gazelle greaves.
So you're the ones who've been
I beg your pardon?
Don't play the fool. Stick your nose in our business and you're likely to lose it.
Who are you working for? Him?
Him. The boss. He wanted us to test you.
Though one could hardly call that a test.
Lord Ferda?
Look what the cat dragged in.
Your skill with the blade is rare and a fitting talent.
You know who I am, so what now? Calling the men of the Rock and...
That isn't my decision. Our work is done. Take him to meet his precious Rosina. She will be interested to make it...
Yes. To the Lock of Leisure, then.
To the Lock of Leisure.
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
Kneaded to a silken softness. Like eating a cloud with a crust.
The most fragrant herbs and spices.
Finest fabric!
Is this the place?
Lubo's Forge. The Briar's Kit.
So it was the young.
So much for Rosina Dalamil being a woman of
It was an easy mistake to make, Uncle. After all, it must have been sorry. Him. Whoever this Lubor truly is, he's clearly a man of meat.
See that he gets it. Lubor, Lord Ferda told me to bring them to you.
My boys tell me you're in need of assistance. Sid the Second.
I won't waste your time. I need passage through the south gate.
Tell me, what do you think is a merchant's most important commodity? Why, trust. Everyone knows that. Without it, you have nothing. And nothing is exactly what you have. And so, for you, I, too, have nothing. I'm not in the business of helping every lost puppy that wanders in off the street. I'm a busy man, as you can see.
Let's leave this mummer to his farce.
By all means. Find someone else to help you on your way. Just be sure to tell them you're not the two travelers from the inn the guards are looking for. Don't want them jumping to conclusions, do we?
Why, you...
So, what do we need to do to earn your trust?
I like this one. Willing to do whatever it takes to get what he wants. Ha! Men like you have a special place in my heart. Why, you ask? Because they get me what I want. Always.
Fine. So what do you want?
Don't tell me you're going to listen to this swaggering scruff.
We might as well hear him out. It's only natural that an ally of Sid's would seek assurances of strangers. Assuming he is an ally, of course. 5 years ago, he would have still been a boy.
And yet even then I had more good sense than a man, 5 times my age? But enough of the pleasantries. We were speaking of what I want. I want you to put an end to the trouble in Dalamil. Return to me when you have done so, and you shall have my aid. Until then, I bid you good day.
What trouble? If you're going to give us orders, be clear about them, damn you!
Manners, Greybeard. One catches more damselflies with honey than with vinegar.
What did you call me?
My apologies. A word of advice in recompense. Follow the crystals. Oh, but that was 3. Oh, I'm making this too easy for you.
Ha! It will be easy. Solving his little riddle should be like dealing with him. Child's play. Let us divide our forces, Clive. I'd rather not drag this parlor game on any longer than...
I thought we were the only ones causing trouble in Dalamil.
He's not Sid. He can't be. The misfortune Dalamil finds herself in is of a crystalline nature. So do be discreet in your inquiries.
Excuse me.
You've heard, then?
I've heard rumors.
Damn thieves. Pilfering the crystals that were meant to fill our cups and light our us common folk have hardly had a shard to share between us these last... And it isn't as if we can buy them on the black market, either. But...
Do you have a moment?
Depends what for.
Just a question. Dalamil seems to be thriving compared to the other villages I came through on the way. Is there a reason for that?
Well, we're a stone's throw from Drake's. The soldiers guarding the Mother Crystal and the shipments need a place to spend their hard-earned gil. The men of the Rock throw their money about like there's no...
Is that so? Well...
Fresh bread, warm from the oven.
You wouldn't believe how much
Have a
you get.
taste.
What can I do for you, soldier? Need that sword pot?
I'm not a soldier.
Oh, then be off with you. I serve the men of the Rock and the men of the Rock.
You have...
Don't be stupid. I just know which side my bread is buttered. Don't want to be stuck under some pauper when they come knocking. With pockets deeper than Zemeckis and an urge to empty them. No, just leave, will you?
I think I'm starting to get an idea of what's been going on. I wonder if Uncle Byron's learned anything of use. He'll probably be back at the inn by now.
In Castle Dasbog. You two can live like a lord.
What was all that crashing and banging about before?
Some out of town.
It's you. The one. What do you want? Haven't you...
I'm looking for my pal.
The gentleman who was with you? Yes.
Thank you.
Let me treat you.
The inn's a mess of blood-soaked splinters, thanks to you. The least you can do is let us clean up in peace. I told the guard those soldiers started it. Don't need any more trouble. I need to drink.
Will this suffice as a deposit?
By the sands. That's a black pearl.
One of the many treasures in my collection that I would be only too happy to part with, should you give me reason to do so.
All right. I'm sure, but not he.
What are you doing, Uncle?
Care to explain why you're giving
Bait, my boy. One cannot catch one's prey, and I do believe I've snagged us quite the quarry. I started by asking. I had no luck, of course. It's forbidden to trip. But my uncharacteristic indiscretion just happened to attract the attention of those uniformed ruffians. They took me aside and said they could procure the crystal I sought if I proved I...
So the pearl was your...
I thought they'd ask for more. A second-rate specimen like that would only fetch 500,000 or so. A small price to pay for admittance to the But enough about my little act of subterfuge.
That the supply of crystals has dried up of late. And some people seem to think they're big. Meanwhile, members of Kupka's private guard have been spending money all over town. I'll wager those soldiers you've been talking to have been siphoning off crystals meant for elsewhere.
I'll wager you're...
We'll meet with them then. Just as you arranged, and put an end to the trouble Lubor spoke of.
Ha! That preening popinjay thought this would be difficult. It just goes to show, one should never underestimate a Rosfield. We'll soon wipe that smirk off. I arranged to meet with the soldiers in a secluded corner of the Velcroy, far from prying eyes.
The perfect place for a spot of double dealing.
I trust I can count on your support, if things turn sour.
Of course.
Why is the tavern shut?
Good girl. Run like the wind. Back to the stables, girl.
take it from here.
I was beginning to think you weren't coming, my lord. You've brought your contribution?
All the silver and stones I could scrape together at such short notice?
You brought the whole 500 talents.
That was the price we agreed upon, yes?
Of course. Right this way, my lord.
Not bad at all. But what of security? If I were to be stopped on the road, what guarantee have I that it wouldn't be seized as property?
Because these crystals are no longer the property of the Republic. You're not buying, you're buying from them.
And we have no more jurisdiction here than you, my lord. But we have ships, and will gladly deliver to a port of your choosing, now that our price has been met.
Royalists, eh?
Why? To collect their share of Drake's Fang's blessing, of course. Our nations are allies, and so they are entitled to a portion of the Mother Crystal's bounty. And, being such good friends, we elected to increase that portion and share. And now that these crystals are officially property of the Kingdom of Waloed, we are duty-bound not to interfere.
Did you get all that? There it...
So it would seem.
My lord, what is the meaning?
Double-crossing dogs. They're not here to do business. Kill them. Kill them both!
Well, that wasn't too... How'd you like my performance, huh? I've often played the villain on the stage. I think I did the role justice.
Greybeard, you were magnificent. The battle scene was particularly thrilling. Such a shame you didn't have more of an audience, but...
How long have you been watching?
Long enough to witness your uncle's sordid. I hardly expected one so venerable to degrade himself so thoroughly. Buying one's way into the
This was the trouble you spoke of. The men of the Rock taking crystals meant for the common folk and conspiring with the... Well...
Indeed it is. The people of Dalamil had scarcely any means of redress against Kupka's men, let alone... Until you... Well, we'd better get these crystals back to town. You won't mind waiting with them while I fetch a wagon. It occurs to me that I still don't know your name.
Clive.
So, Sid the Second is a Clive.
I suppose it could have been worse.
Well, Clive, you held up your end of the bargain. To tell the truth, you've helped a little there too. Many of the guards have already been redeployed to deal with the issue of... And those left behind have been encouraged to look the other way should you attempt to pass through.
Thank you. And please... you still have the purse I gave to the soldiers, I trust? I saw you
Oh, dear. Was I really...
And my name is not Greybeard. It is Lord Byron Rosfield.
No, thank you very much, Greybeard.
Double the...
Here. Any friend of mine who sees you with it shall be a friend of yours.
Thank you.
And please, feel free to send one of my Stoluses back to your... Tell them that Rosina Dalamil is back in bed.
Omia Lostelan. Tuhisakelis.
I'm trusting you, Sid. Or should I say, Clive? So be sure not to let me down. I have a reputation to uphold. Well then, I wish you a...
Thank you.
Not at all.
Come on, Uncle.
I've never even forged a butter knife before. Perhaps Forge Master Luke.
I wouldn't put it past.
Oh, wait. Sorry. My mind. I'm Sava, Master Luba's soon-to-be former apprentice if I don't pass this test. People are buying up weapons faster than the Briar's Kiss can forge them, and here I am. He wants me to make a carving knife, one that embodies the spirit of Dalamil. I don't suppose you have any idea what he's on.
I'm afraid not.
Never mind. Thought I'd ask. It was that, or...
I could give you a hand if I know how busy the Briar's Kiss has been. And that Lubor needs all the...
I'd be a...
So, where do we start?
Good question. If I'm honest. And then there's this little riddle to keep in mind. The spirit of Dalamil.
The way I see it, there's only one way we'll be solving Luke. We need information.
You're right. There's no point fumbling in the dark. Now, there's plenty of folk in Dalamil who use... There's the butcher, of course, and they're bound to have an opinion or two about the tools of their... Right. I think we have a plan. I'll talk to every cook I can find. You speak to the butcher.
All right.
Let's hope that someone says something...
Trust Lubor to take a simple test and turn it into a riddle. I better get to it.
Through what I'm hearing.
The finest fabric!
Fine gift.
Needed a silk of...
Welcome, sir.
A question. I need to know what makes a good...
You a blacksmith or something?
something.
Fair enough. Knives, first and foremost, it's got to hold an edge. Most knives will make it through fat, no problem, but sinew dulls cheap steel in no time. Give me a blade which can slice through anything that crosses my chopping block, and I'm a happy woman.
So a knife that stays sharp.
Everything I've worked for. All those years of toil.
Are you all right?
The baths are closed. On second thought, perhaps you are just what I need.
That depends on the job.
I'd have you save my business. The baths. The water's turned scalding hot and all the crystals in Dalimil wouldn't be, and I've no doubt that my woes stem from the waters. But I can't go and investigate for fear of my customers thinking I'm bound to these baths in more ways than one. I beg of you. Go to
All right.
Wonderful. Leave the market by the south gate. The smell of these baths are all that keep me from an ignoble end in it. My livelihood, my very...
Sweet incense!
Ah, they've opened the gate!
Lubor was true to his word.
We can make our way back to the Fang now, at least.
What is it?
Sorry.
Hunter?
I have a question. Can you tell...
Has to be able to put up with some punishment. Can't be dealing with a brittle blade. Not while I'm on the... Your knife snaps every time you use it. You'll be spending coin as fast as you make it. Times are hard and...
Thank you.
All business, eh? Man after my own heart.
So, a carving knife should be hard-wearing and hold an edge. Hardly a revelation. Let's hope Sava had better luck than I did.
Plates and pots! Bowls and...
So, you learn anything useful, or...?
Only that a blade should be durable and stay sharp.
All the cook said was that he needs his too heavy and they do his shop.
So we're no better off than when we started. Perhaps Lubor didn't mean anything with his... Dalam. That can't be right. I've bandied enough words with the man to know... No. We must be missing...
No doubt you're right. I have to make a start soon. I can't write. I've been trained to work iron. The cheap stuff, mind. But it's hardy enough if you don't hammer it too thin, and it sharpens up nicely with a bit of... Trouble is, it's either durable, or it's meaning someone is gonna be disappointed.
Is there no one else you can turn to?
The other apprentices know better than to help me with my test. A merchant, a favourite of Forge Master Lubor's, who sells metals to tradesmen. I bet she'd know a thing.
Well, this is no good. There was hope.
Any luck? Or will you be...
Well, I asked her, but...
If you're looking to make a knife that will impress a master like Lubor, there are options. They're just not that viable. Featherlight adamantite knives will get passed from generation to generation, never needing so much as a lick of the whetstone. But adamantite ore is unique to ash, so it doesn't come cheap.
And it's beyond my skill.
Unique to ash. Are there any materials unique to Dalimil? Something which could be mixed with iron to refine it?
What are you getting at?
You said that Lubor trained you to work iron. Then that's what he'll expect. He would have known that it would either be too heavy or too brittle for a carving knife. Perhaps his Dalimil remark wasn't a riddle.
If it's cheap metal you're using, then there's always limestone, I suppose. Folk first settled Dalimil to get at her mineral deposits. And, if you know the trick, it can be melted down in the furnace to drive out impurities from low-quality...
Bloody hell! I don't suppose you know the trick.
It's hardly my speciality, but I've been around.
Looks like I've got some learning to do. Clive, I hate to ask after all that you've done for...
Limestone? Besides, I want to know if this is the answer to...
I can't think. You'll have no trouble finding limestone over in the terraces.
Then I suppose I'll meet you back at the...
Right you are.
This is no good.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
My carpet!
The most fragrant herbs and
Kneaded to a silken softness, like eating a cloud with a crust.
Plates and pots!
hanging lanterns, keep the darkness from your...
We should get going soon. Do you have water?
I've got a crystal.
Ah, I'm not too late.
What is it, Lubor?
A question that I neglected to ask earlier. Where is it that you're bound?
To Drake's Fang. To finish Hugo Kupka.
Just as I thought. Then allow me to share a secret. Drake's Fang is currently riddled with royalists. Talmeki and Waloed are allies, and as you've seen, their soldiers work hand in glove. But no nation has ever before allowed a foreign army to make a barracks of its holiest of holies.
Not by choice, at least.
And there's more. A man on the inside of the Fang has failed to report for several days. I fear there may be more trouble lying in wait for you on the road ahead.
Isn't there always?
If you're determined to beard the lion's den, then promise me one thing. That you will enter via the mines, where the guard is lightest. I've lost one Cid already. If I lose another, people will start to think me careless.
I don't plan on dying. Not before Kupka does, anyway.
Well, so long as you have a plan.
Drake's Fang should be just beyond these springs. Shall we press on?
Kluksalol. Another. Hopefully this is what's seven. I wasn't sure how much you'd need, but I hope this is enough.
You are one of the good ones, you know that. You and that merchant both, she's got quite a gift for teaching that one. Now, time to see if limestone is the secret weapon we were hoping for. That'll do, I reckon. A knife forged from the very rocks of Dalamil. Her spirit, if you will.
It's a looking blade.
I only hope Master Lubor agrees.
That sounds like my cue. And just as well. I was getting tired of waiting.
I'm sorry, Forge Master Lubor.
Let's take a look then, shall we? First things first, Sava, do you think this is a carving knife worthy of the fine people of Dalamil?
I'd like to think so. But what do you think?
What do I think indeed? It's sharp-ish, but it won't last long with hard use. And it's heavy, heavier than it should be. You might not think it just to hold it for a moment, but sell that to a cook and you'll never hear the end of it. It looks like someone paid a visit to the terraces. The limestone was a step in the right direction, granted, but one that still leaves you short of the mark.
And I was so certain I had it.
I don't know who you found to teach you that little trick, but it certainly... Next question. How much do you think I would charge if I...
Well, if it took you even a fraction of the time it took me, I would say you could demand a...
And who would be... The butcher? The hunter? Dalamil is home to humble traders. Rule number one in any business, Sam.
Yes, Forge Master.
This is just about... I'd say you're worth keeping around a little longer. Starting tomorrow, you'll have an anvil of your own.
I will? What would you do if you were asked to forge a carving knife?
I'd do what I always do. Ask who it's for. If it was for the butcher, I'd make sure it holds an edge. For the hunter, I'd make it as tough as Titan. For the cook, light as a feather. And for the nobleman, I'd make it cost an absolute fortune.
There goes a master, all right.
It looks like congratulations are...
I couldn't have done it without so much for the Forge Master's riddle, though, eh? The spirit of Dalamil had nothing to do with lie, meaning I had you run around.
You've passed your test. That's all that matters.
And when I do, I'll craft you.
The most
fragrant herbs and
Kneaded to a silken softness, like eating a cloud with a crust.
Plates and pots! Hose and...
Hanging lanterns! Keep the doctor...
We should get going soon. Do you have water?
Come on, girl, the gate's open now, we can press on.
What the hell are those things?
By the flames. That explains the heat. Let's cool things down a bit. Let's hope it's enough to keep the baths from boiling.
There he is. The man who saved my business. I was hoping we'd be seeing you. The baths grow more bearable by the moment.
I'm glad to hear it.
Now, tell me this. What did you find at the terraces? What?
Not what I expected.
You tell a fine story. That's not to say I don't believe you, though. Creatures made of flame, eh? But I burdened you with my worries enough already. Right. It's high time I got back to work. With a little luck, the day might yet be salvaged.
villains have been up to their old tricks again.
Here for another of my lectures. Allow me to educate you. Very good.
I think I'll wait till Mid's away to take a tour of her dungeon.
I wish Miss Midador would let us help her with her dungeoneering. I wonder what she's doing.
You were born in Rosalith, weren't you? Must be hard, hearing what became of the place.
How's it coming along?
Nearly there. Just need to get these last boards down.
Time to fight. walk from here.
Ready, go? Faster! Easy does it.
What's this blue blood?
What do you need? Summerstorm. What do you want? No scratches, all right? And?
Sid's going to find Cook and finish the job.
That's right. It is so good.
The little uns have been up to their old tricks again.
How may I help you today, Clive? Your benefactors are a generous lot. Come again. I may have more for you.
Well, this is no good. I was hoping to get out of this.
Is it true what I'm hearing?
The finest fabric!
Take a sniff, good sir.
Kneaded to a silken softness, like eating a cloud with a crust.
Made from the stoutest stoneware. Sweet incense. Wax candle.
You're a friend of Lubor's, aren't you? Everyone's getting
Should get going soon.
Come on, girl, the gate's open now, we can press on.
There it is. Drake's Fang.
Kupka will be hiding inside.
Along with goodness knows how many guards, all on highest alert. You'll need to keep your wits about you if you're to reach him. So be careful.
I will, Uncle.
Before you go, Clive, allow me to apologize. After what befell at Phoenix Gate, and crisis that followed in its wake, I fled. I retreated to my counting house and danced attendance upon the vicereine in the hope it would bring me favor. I betrayed my nation to save my skin, like the coward I am. And I'm sorry.
Uncle, please.
It's not too late, Clive. Rosaria is yours by right, and there are those that would help you to take it back. Had I the courage of my brother, I might already have done so. But that ship has sailed. You, however...
No. Forgive me, but I cannot. I fight to build a new world now. A better world. Where men can live and die on their own terms. I was raised in a nation that strove to improve the plight of bearers. Only later did I realize that spark of freedom did not arise by chance, but was kindled by my father. You would see me follow in his footsteps. And that is exactly what I mean to do. Not by ruling Rosaria, but by extending his ideals to the whole of the twins. Though every soul in the realm may judge my actions heresy, I am certain my cause is just.
You really are just like him, you know? Thank you, Clive, for coming back to me. I am proud to call you nephew. Well then, this is where we must part ways. Wish me luck in convincing my Canvarian friend to share his considerable talents. I mean to plunder his coffers and prove myself worthy of a place in your merry band. Till then, my boy.
Till then, go safely, Uncle.
And you, nephew. We have much to catch up on, you and I. I shall expect you to regale me with the tales of all your adventures when next we meet. You can regale me too, Torgal.
I'm coming for you, Kupka.
Why do they still hurt? What has that gutter rat done to me? Out of my sight, witch! I'll kill you, Rosfield! I'll rip out your heart! I'll tear you limb from limb!
Peace, Hugo. The table shan't hurt you any longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
You truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
Titan would have ground him into dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
You see, Hugo, you are weak.
Fuck!
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
The heart.
What of it?
A Mother Crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man. But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo? Clive Rossfield stole you. Power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon. Like Benedicta Harmon. She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did. Benedicta. Benedict. I'll do it. My love. I'll avenge you.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the light. Muthos is here. Very well, it shall be so. You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
Orcs. Did the royalists bring them from Ash? least been part of the Waluda army now. How the hell did that happen?
They've spotted us.
Taken over the entire mine.
This one. Over here.
So much for the men of the Rock. Dalmekia's finest. This must be the way out. Sneaking past this one. How did they get in here? Flames. Come on, Torgal. Kupka never did do things by halves. As if taking the Mother Crystal for his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
Let the trial begin.
With me, Tom.
Seems we're expected.
So this is the power of Muthos.
Did the orcs do this too? More of them. It's over. these things here for me? Or for him? First orcs, now these nightmares. Is this your doing, Ultima? You've been busy, Kupka. But where did you... go? He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Toggle. Just what I needed.
Benedicta, my... everything... I've missed you so much. Kuka! I swear to you, my love, we will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
You got away from her! Benedicta!
Let's give this a try. Not bad.
Is that you, Ultima?
What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clive! Don't let him in!
Consciousness. We see now. Human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Thank you, Joshua.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea. I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Titan was strong.
Your Majesty.
But Mythos is stronger. For 5 years, that man lived only for revenge. Clinging fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
The death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Some medicine, my lord? I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
You must consider your health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope. Forgive me, Terence. Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness.
What is it?
Olivier has been made Emperor. What is the meaning of this? My father's orders. What were they? Quickly!
Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
Ah! Terence.
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
What is it now?
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you.
At ease.
We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Walkways need patching up. Give me 50 good boards and 8 Spanish.
We're seeing troops amassing.
Ah, my favorite pupil. Allow me to educate you. Study it well, Clive. The state of the realm is ever-changing, Clive.
Clive, you're back.
I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more.
Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel it. Which means I'm coming on your next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the Royalist movements since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up? If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Thank you. I will.
Ah, the conquering hero returns. And with hardly a scratch on him.
I may have picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave, as did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waludas must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details. One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map? The Kingdom of Waloed claims dominion over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the bloody conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian War of Independence in 849. The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Waloed shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Waloed? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the Royalists betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an... Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. The wounds he left that night are still raw. Especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to consider it the price of...
I've never known you to be sent.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are.
Here for another of my lectures. So what of its parliament? Which leaves but one man. Harpocrates, Blackthorn, Karen. Kupka took something from them. And now you. And how may I assist you today? Study it well, Clive. Very good.
Someone looks pleased with himself. It's true.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Cat. It's true.
Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go. Well, don't just stand there gawping. It's a relief. Thank you, Clive. Go on, then. Come again. Or don't. I'm not much bothered either way.
Blackthorn.
What is it?
I wanted to tell you that...
This is it then. Under a new...
I'll try to live up to the name.
Back, are ya? To a bloody riddance. Mine included. What do you want? Anything else? What do you need? Not saying Fornian, do you? Bring me the materials, and I'll think about it. Should last you a good while. Yeah, that should do you. That it? Fine.
Is it business? Or play? You got out else? I reckon I can find a buyer. You got out else? I'll be thankful you got that much. You got out else? I reckon I can find a buyer. I'll be thankful you got that much. Is that all?
Ah, Clive.
No.
Lucky.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right.
Finally, a new dawn has...
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait.
Hippocrates. After Kuka fell, I need to know what he is.
Alas, no. And not for want of trying. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the...
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do...
Thank you. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
Ugh, I'm never drinking again.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips. Hugo Kupka is dead.
You barely sat down since you came home. Just spreading the word.
So, the Professor's got a soft side, has she?
No.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more, not least of all Sid. Well, when you do, she's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud.
Very well.
Take a sniff, good sir.
Now, you'll belong to me. Gone, just like that. And without so much as a bile.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now, loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers. I'm at...
I'll see what I can...
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see.
All right.
Redbirds.
Good girl.
My blade yet hungers, so do I.
Come. Let us feast on your flesh. Your feasting days are over. Those who kill for sport deserve no better. Excuse me.
What do you want?
The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? I'm certainly not a baker. Master must have ruled the day he took me in. Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me, but now she's gone. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work. If you miss the fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it? I'm a baker, not a... You know... I have to get back to the bakery right away. Thank you.
Wait. Suppose you won't be needing an escort then.
Ah, there you are. I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
I dare say.
Just look at it. Up her steeple peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the fang without her crater? Why, no fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks... Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight with any... I don't know how you did it.
Oh, where did all the men of the rock go?
Plates and pots!
Are you looking for something in particular? Here you are. An excellent choice.
Ready, go? Yeah!
Good girl.
Fly, Ambrosia.
Come on. Run like the wind. Oh. Time to fight. I can walk from here.
Ready, go?
Good day to you.
It's all but spent.
The crystals we get from the tail are all but worthless.
We had to dig a new cellar.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is...
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted out, rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noise. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or, given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing.
All right. Right. Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
You alright, Sid? Something...
There is actually. Quentin tells me people have mentioned shadowy figures out.
Oh, that. I heard the rumours, mind, from the lads working over at the vineyard, but...
All right. Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the...
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Park. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me.
I see. Seems Lorbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate? Not here. Ambrosia won't help me here. No use calling Ambrosia now. Not here.
Faster!
You there. Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape!
Black shields.
Here. What the hell are you doing here? What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive. So.
alive. How
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass.
Black shields. Though they serve another master now. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the Stamidor. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. And bite back.
I'm sorry. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him?
I suppose I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice, and fight it I did in my own. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true...
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit. His response, however, and he faced no punishment. I lost everything. The faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the court. So I set about I tracked down every soul who served him, but the man himself proved an altogether more... With money and power come... And so I saw that I would need an army of... I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting...
And...
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under our wounds are the same. And our cause, we know where he hides, how numerous and well... What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in...
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment. My friends and comrades,
I'm not going to change his mind.
Welcome. You've a keen eye. I'll be here if you need me.
Stay sharp. We don't know when those bastards will be back.
What are you after? Very well.
telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
You mean the Iron King?
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Kuka. But when I close my eyes... Only I don't know how. I wish you were here. Your benefactors are a generous lot. You earned this. Best of luck out there, Sid.
Fancy a look at the list, do you? It was luck, and luck alone. But now... Thank you. You off then?
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia. Be safe. introduce you to mine.
And then there was one.
Nice try. Nice try. Slow. Nice try. That wasn't too bad, was it, Torgal?
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips. Hugo Kupka is dead.
What do you need? What do you want? Anything else? We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
Good girl.
Yeah!
Seems this one has a little more life left in it. All right then. going to sleep with you.
I'm telling you, it's true. I heard it from Otto's own lips.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back. Best of luck out there, Sid.
How are you doing? Here you go. Think you can help?
If I don't come up with something soon. All right, Clive? What do you want?
I'm going to visit Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack.
Thermal.
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise. Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Good old Clive. First things first, I need some power. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list to show these to Blackthorn.
I can't make head nor tail of it.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
Blackthorn.
Out with it.
It's for mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. Go on then. What?
She said you would...
Kriegest. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it, and I'll need help. Get Gav and Otto in here, will you?
All right.
So Lid's roped us all in here again, has she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And,
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword-grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape. That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking, which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Valcroy. Stardust. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand collecting the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where. We can get this on.
Up to you who you take to the desert. I mean, Gav's good enough.
You going after this? Which one of these two lucky souls?
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find...
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to...
All right.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of the stuff from Blackthorn's...
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me?
Looks like I found the river. Now where's Gav? Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dal, but if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of...
Then let's get bagging.
We shall.
So this is Stardust. It just looked like black sand to me. That should be enough for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
You finished?
Enough.
Oh, that might even be enough for old Here, feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
Back when you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain? Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. You can take a day off, you know.
What says the man who spends most of his time behind?
Only 'cause you keep sending.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need, and I'll keep safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you. Right. That's enough soppy shite for one. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his...
You go on ahead. And try to...
Oh, after Blackthorn gets what he needs.
Right. Blackthorn.
Yeah. Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You're beat sneaking around on your Todd.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It will take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down.
Thank you, Blackthorn.
Suppose we'd better be getting back.
Give us a shout if you need.
They cracked the crystal too. You're joking.
If I don't come up with something soon.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Excellent. One down, two.
So, what?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
Oh, Sid, is this about...
Yes.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surround. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, in other words, the reactor would overheat. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of... Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for... Why? If sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the
You can stop there. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a full... Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass. The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, it's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's,
I see. Would that help?
Oh, very... I'll gather my team and head there right away.
mid might need some help tidying up.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you back so soon. You earned this. All done?
I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind. I'll be taking you all to a storehouse in the Bales. Leave anything you don't need behind.
There you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back. Anybody home? This must be our unwanted visitor. Time to go. Nice try. Too slow. The things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported safely back to...
All right. I'll...
need some help tidying up.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena.
Excellent.
And just...
Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a book.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship, which is why you need a prism for the dragon's breath that's blazing away. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even... I need something light. But I've wrapped me...
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I'm...
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him? See what he makes of it?
Right away.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
Thanks to Sid, the man who...
Hippocrates, do you have a moment?
For you, Clive? Always.
Well, actually, it's for Mid this. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine. Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around?
She has some specific requirements for the materials, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light and, as you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution.
Perhaps. It is not a different material.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine. At timber, and yet, we have made a home here from those...
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelus complains that without a constant supply of... pitch. I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard.
So if we could recreate...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection Mid requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps I shall speak to them and see what... If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall... The knowledge of the past may yet prove you...
Thank you, Hobok. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do...
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the...
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game...
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your... So, Clive, who will accompany? Take your time.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames.
So, who will...
Very well. So then.
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list.
White chocobo eggs. Are you sure this list is right? I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited. Effects for which they were once highly... So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be...
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me.
I will.
You two enjoy yours.
You too, Talia. Now, where's Jill?
There's talk at the Glassgate flood. That's fine.
Keep them pilchers nice and chilled. I won't have
Papio nuts?
How goes the hunt?
I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of...
All right.
How about you look for the Papio nuts? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we...
Up! You'll not find a bruised pippin in the... Fresh cuts!
All anyone ever wants anymore is water and grape. How am I
How
supposed
the
to
hell
make
is
it?
anyone...
Buy, sell, or be gone. Go on, take it. If that's what you want. Go on, take it. Good riddance.
Any friend of the innkeeper is a friend of mine. I hope it's to your liking.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Did you find everything?
I did.
Garlic and Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what mid... But before we head back... Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... Oh!
You all right?
Sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you. Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive. I suppose we best be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Harpocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Talia how we might best go about preparing the moon dew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the map. When both the shielding and the moon dew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the followed by a rigorous process of testing and perhaps someone ought to warn.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Up. Well, I'd better go and give Mid the good news then. Sorry to keep you. You'll be pleased to know that work on the shield...
You found something for...
In a manner of speaking, Harpocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant!
Don't thank me. I'm just the error.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the black...
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stack.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way.
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some...
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown, searching for a land untouched by the Blight. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the Twins that's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want it to be. I don't want it to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you.
Don't. All right. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans. I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming.
Aye, aye, Cap.
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Mid might need some help.
Well. Here, Sid. Reckon you might be.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic. The chief's got me a lovely bit of kit, yes. Bunging a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities, which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like.
Proper.
So what exactly do you need for the...
Nothing but bomb ash'll do. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe you pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mouse. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might... And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where
I saw a billet on the hunt board for one, just would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flick.
All right.
Thank you kindly. And...
Crystal too? You joking?
Trouble with the ledges. Shouldn't he... What could be wrong with Torgor? your note. You think something's wrong?
So you can read. I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Ross. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his... She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith.
I rather think she might be right. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require... It may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer the frost wolves after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may... As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria...
I don't recall ever seeing any...
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures... The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida.
Even so.
Good hunting.
Mick told me she was building a ship.
Clive.
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto, maybe. A little. Listen. I've some bad news, and it's maybe my fault, but I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from...
Bit late for that, I'd say.
There you are!
So let me get this straight. You forget, and instead of coming straight to... You get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well... Who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 5...
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made...
Those lodges were my responsibility.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand...
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden. Is there anything I can do to...
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside, and I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure they will be.
Should be me, mate. You know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, ask...
I know. Which...
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you.
Well...
Don't worry.
Really?
No. I don't.
Come on. Fly, Emperor.
Time to fight.
can walk from here. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your reign is over. Now to collect the ash. This looks like the stuff. Let's see if there's any more. do it. Hawaii needs more than this.
All right, there's. How's that hunt for the...
I have it here.
That's the stuff. And plenty of it, too. You're a gent, Sid. Right then. Let's... There we have it. The Telemon Alembic. And it works just...
Very impressive.
Says the man who cut down a burning boulder. Speaking of which...
There's no need. The good it will do for the hideaway.
Don't be... Why don't you let me take a look at that bag of yours? The one you keep your potions in.
What?
Well, we happen to have isolated a substance in our test run of the Alembic that I reckon will make even the toughest leather supple. Thought we might use it to breathe new life into old boots and the like. Save the hide. I reckon if we slap a bit on your bag, it'll loosen it up enough for you to squeeze in a bottle or two more.
Well,
that's the spirit. Leave it with me. I'll only... Well?
It certainly feels...
Right?
Thank you.
No, for supporting Mid and the rest of us in our endeavors. Without you, and I'm telling you,
Crack the crystal too? You're joking.
Hopefully it's nothing. Blackthorn.
Not really, no.
This won't take. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on, and you might still be doubting your craft. Even after learning the trick, perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with still. You've got a keen eye, I'll give him. He's just, well...
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me. The edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realised he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling.
No. Not troubling me exactly. More
if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better.
That's about the size.
I'll see what I can find. Sharper swords are always welcome. We can't have our master blacksmith being destroyed.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it.
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about. You're looking well.
What do you want?
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find...
Little wonder. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight in, which made it nice and easy finding.
Can you tell me who bought it?
You think I tell people in my class? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you? Fine. If he's Lord Ignac's the man you want, Dalmekian bloke, collects weapons, and he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of mine. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamit.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh. And he's...
I appreciate the...
And what can I do for you? You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. You'll not find a better price than that. It'd better all be here. Finished, are you?